All right. Hello, everybody. I have been really looking forward to showing everyone this. Actually, sorry, just give me one quick second here. I am going to need to get my mobile really quick. Please enjoy this music. I will be back in like 30, 45 seconds. All right, sorry about that. So this game actually gives me a little bit of a challenge because I would like to show you all the game at the very beginning. But I also know that this is a surprise broadcast for a new game, which I'm sure a lot of you probably haven't heard of. And it would be really nice to give people an idea about what's going on. So this is one, especially for the YouTube crowd. I'd really like you to stick around and decide if this thing is for you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about how I got to know about this game. I won't spend too much time on it. I know normally my little preamble for these things is like 10 or 15 minutes. But in particular on this one, if you don't like my babbling, please do jump ahead in the video because this is a really special game, and I'm very lucky to be able to cover it. So this is a game by Sparse Game Dev. Thank you very much for them passing me a key. I actually felt really bad about taking the key because the game isn't that expensive. But I did buy a mobile version of it, so I got it on my iPhone. In Canadian dollars, it's about $8. You can also get this lovely soundtrack. I think it's for about another $4. So in Canadian dollars, you're looking at about 11 to pick it up, and whatever your regional equivalent is. Now, as far as what it is, it's a puzzle game, basically. I realize that the casual label sometimes gets thrown around more of as a pejorative than anything. But it is a very relaxing game where you will try and sort of grow your flower. In some senses, it's almost a little bit like a maze, where you'll be trying to water your flower and get it to grow. But just the atmosphere is wonderful. Again, it works very well on mobile. I haven't tried it on PC yet. And I did say I was going to explain how I got to know this thing. So some of you know that every third Wednesday of the month, I will not stream, and instead I go to an event called Dirty Rectangles, which is a local game dev community. And one of the people, I guess founders or one of the organizers of it, a guy named Eric, who's impossibly nice, in addition to being obviously a very talented programmer and game developer, has been talking about this for a while. I believe this game has been 2 years in the making. Basically I got to see sort of an early preview. I think this is before sort of the fancy flower models had been introduced to it, and it really made an impression on me. I knew back then it was called Hexagon Falls, and then it got switched to Spring and Flow, and now it's Spring Falls. So I don't believe it was intentional to smash the titles together, although they are on Twitter. So if you would like to follow the game developer, it is at Sparse Game Dev. And if you would like to pick up the game, if you're in chat, !game to see the Steam link. And this is one of the cases here where, like, I want to share this game with you because it's one of these ones that, very much like Surviving Mars, is just great if you've had a rough day or otherwise are just looking for something very cozy and relaxing. But on top of that, this is a game that just came out today, and it is increasingly important for games that they do well on launch. And so the game isn't very much. And for those of you who like this sort of thing, I'm going to do my best to encourage you to buy a new game on release, which is a very rare thing to do nowadays. But honestly, even if this thing... I'll put it to you this way. If, as a Canadian, this thing were to immediately be 50% off, I would say $4. So if you buy a nice, like, chai tea latte or something like that, just don't get one this month and get this game instead. And you're able to experience Spring Falls before earlier than when you wait for it going on sale. But I do need to show you the game. So with that in mind, I think I've given enough of a preamble to try and warm you guys up. And let's see what's behind this very relaxing opening screen. All right, so basic idea here. You've got a little pool of water. You click if you're on a mobile device. Obviously, you sort of tap and drag. But the idea here is that by bringing the water down, you're eventually trying to water the grass. And when you water the grass, basically when there's water available, which you'll see here, the grass is going to grow around, and you get your little flower. And this is the essence of the game. But I think there's two things that are very delightful about it. Number one, the atmosphere sort of speaks for itself. It's very relaxing. This is the sort of stuff that I need a lot. I love first-person shooters. I love strategy games. I love stuff that just like pushes me to the edge. But for days when things haven't gone very well, or just in general, if I want to kick back and spend some time with something amusing, I love games like this and Surviving Mars. So we're going to basically follow this pattern for a little bit. And you can sort of see where I talk about what I mean when I say that this game is a little bit like a puzzle. In many senses, you are trying to guide this little tuft of grass to the plant, and the way that you do that is through the water. It's not the best explanation of the game, but it gives you a bit of an idea. So we'll go down the middle. And then we need to let the grass grow beside it. So really, we can kind of do it anywhere, but I'll just head down the middle here. Now, if I wanted to make myself very sad, I could, of course, put down one of the hexagons near the cliff and the water would fall out. But we'll have plenty of opportunities to see that in a minute. I'm actually quite bad at some of these puzzles. So I'm going to run through these on their own. This is definitely a time that I would love to answer any questions that people might have about the game. I don't know that much about the developer other than they're a cool guy. But there's actually, I was a little surprised to find out, I don't believe there's any credits in the game. Or maybe they're there at the end. But this is one of these ones where I'd kind of try and like to answer the question for people as to whether or not this thing is worth it for them or not. The first few levels are obviously going to be a little bit simpler, but now my first two options here on this map clearly aren't going to work. If I drop, I can just show you. So that's not going to work. Is this on mobile? It is, Sather. It's, I believe, a little bit cheaper on mobile, actually. So I got it on my iPhone for about $6, I think, and then it's $8 on the PC. But yeah, it definitely feels like mobile. The first place I played it was on mobile, but the experience is pretty much the same between the two. I get to sort of appreciate a lot of the detail in terms of just the water and whatnot on PC, but. It's kind of I'm assuming it's available on Android as well. In terms of platforms for PC, you can get it on Mac, PC, or Windows and Linux. The puzzles do get a little bit harder, by the way. I'm kind of I'm running out the clock as far as some early some of the early puzzles are, but I also don't want to like leap into the like the real meat of it and be and be done with it. By the way, I do notice there's a couple of people from the Dirty Rectangles sort of group who are either responding to the tweet or whatnot. Feel free to say hi. I will also plug your stuff while you're in here. So for those of you who think that this will sound like an infomercial, you'll probably be right. But again, this is a game that I really enjoyed. Like I said, the developer, Sparse Game Dev, let me play sort of an early version of it, and it's really stuck in my mind ever since. So It isn't on Android? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Flobe. Okay, so you all need to go get it on on PC then. I mean, the price difference isn't huge. It's about $3 Canadian, and what is that, like 60 cents US? Not quite that bad. But I don't know. I can ask. I think Dirty Rectangles is this week, but I will just take a minute here. I think the audio will probably cut out if I switch. Yeah. So I don't want to switch out too much, but if you guys want to find the Steam link, that's right there. Anybody can do that !game mark, by the way. Incidentally, let me just take a quick minute here and give a quick shout out to Flo, who's back to streaming, was doing both League and Fortnite. So he plays those games so I don't have to. But newer streamer, kind of getting into it, and I'm sure would appreciate a follow if you happen to like those games. So we've got Shifty Duvet. Thanks. You were just about to look it up. Oh yeah, no, it's great. I don't know. I mean, if you guys want to follow this stuff, one of the big things about this. Here's my general guideline as far as the. Trying to support this stuff goes. The best way to support games like this is to buy them. Yeah, no problem, Flo. I'm sorry I'm doing it. I'm sorry I'm doing it a little bit of a short one, but I'm also trying to push out Spring Falls. So obviously the best thing is to get, cross their palm with silver, right? Game developers need to eat. These things don't come fully formed out of people's heads, and this thing did just come out, so this is going to be the maximum impact that you have as a consumer. If you want more people to know about this game, if it does well early on, the Steam algorithm will pick it up and it will recommend it to more people. It's also the biggest ask to go from I didn't know that this game existed to it looks kind of interesting, but maybe I don't want to buy it right away. So if this thing seems interesting to you and you're not quite ready to pull the trigger on it, and again, it's relatively inexpensive, but it's up to you to decide what you want to use your money on, right? I can't really spend your money for you. The next best thing that you can do is wishlist it, and in particular, share out the game on Twitter and whatever forms of social media, because if you don't want to pick it up right now, there may be somebody that you know who does. Incidentally, this I also think will make a great gift, because it's getting cold in Ottawa right now, and so being able to play this will remind me that it is not just pure death and horribleness in the season, that there will be spring again. So with that in mind, doing the wish list, that saves the developer from getting in touch with you when a sale comes on or when an update comes in, and that will basically remind you about it, as well as signal to other people that it's something that you're interested in. Obviously, Christmas is coming up, so maybe you'll get one from somebody who wants to get you something a little nice. And then, like I said, even if you don't do the wish list or anything like that, letting people know about this really does make the difference. There's almost certainly going to be more people who have not heard of this game than have. And this is true of most games, at least ones that don't have multi-million-dollar marketing budgets. So this is somebody who I've gotten to know a little bit in terms of the Dirty Rectangles meetup. But it's also a game that, again, since I first saw it, I've wanted to show it to you on stream for the longest time. So yes, it's been in development for a couple of years. I got to see it fairly late on in the development, and then the only other thing that I know Sparse Game Dev worked on was Cuphead, which is obviously a little Canadian game that did okay. Incidentally, so the trick on this one is that if you lower either one of these hexagons, the water falls away and all the grass dries up. So you want to bridge the gap. You basically want to create the two. This is a really sort of smart way to teach people the game in here. You'll notice there hasn't been any text saying, "Hey dummy, do this." It's just saying, it says, "Okay, drag the thing down to move it." And then everything else has just been a series of sort of little levels to try and bring me up to speed with the concepts. All right, so we're going to take advantage of the falling at this point. So I'm going to do the middle one, I think. So the grass doesn't grow here because it's not adjacent to the water. I can't do this hexagon because it'll fall over the edge. So instead I move over here, like I said. That was an Akakeka. Sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing the names. Also, I'm sorry, I haven't said hi to a lot of people. So, all right. Ooh, I think if I do one here, this will fix it. Yep. So like I said, when I try to make sense of the... Just cake is fine. Okay, great, thank you. Like I said, the way that I've sort of made sense of the game is to think of it a little bit as a maze, but an unconventional... I mean, this is one of the things that I really like about this, is that when you look at this game, it's very straightforward in terms of the ideas, but there's so much that you can sort of get out of it. They take this one idea and they really seem to have kind of wrung out all of the possibilities. There's a little bit of... I think there's a level that has rain, if memory serves. That's a neat one. So this one, I suspect what they're probably trying to teach us on this level is the idea of moving the grass between the different tiers. So in this case, normally we would dump the water out over the edge of the cliff. In this case, I believe enough will fall down to the edge, and then we'll move this one down to get the grass to the flower. Let's see if that works. All right. So even though it's dried, we got what we needed to bring our flowery friend. Oh, neat. Okay. So, same idea. Oh no, we got it. Incidentally, I do not recall if the developer did the soundtrack as well. I'm gonna have to ask that. Like I said, I don't believe there's a credits option on here. Why would you ever want to turn the music off? But again, you can follow them at Sparse Game Dev on Twitter, and any questions that I can't answer, I'm sure they will be able to manage. All right. Incidentally, I've been playing a lot of Exapunks recently, so I kind of half expect to see some kind of like telemetry in terms of, hey, you moron, people got this done in fewer moves than you. Why do you suck at this relaxing flower game? And I'm very happy that I don't get to find out what a moron I am. All right, so I got to get the grass around the edge. So this, I think, is similar to the last time we ran into this. Oh, but you know what? I messed up because the water's gonna... So actually, I'll show you where I messed up. I'm gonna drag the hexagon down, and I believe I just... It feels so sad when that sound goes off. Okay, so let's see if we can be a little smarter about that. All right. So this is a new tile that we're going to go in. And in this case, I mean, it's sort of nice. You have sort of the two paths that you can follow here. I already know what this thing does, though, so we'll experiment. Haha. So now the matter is just bringing the water into the flower. So. Maybe I should just tag this as ASMR and talk with this voice for the rest of the cast. Okay. So I don't believe this thing jumps up unless it has grass to... Yeah. I really like the variety in flower. I remember the early version I did just had one type of flower, which was fine. Like, I still think it's... oh, do it bring us the real ASMR hours? I always feel so ridiculous when I do that. I'll try not to like clown around too much in terms of my dialogue or that. But again, it's nice little touches in terms of. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed if there wasn't variety in terms of the flowers, but I remember there was Eric sort of showed the tool that he made to put variety in terms of them, and I don't know. I thought that was the coolest thing ever because I don't really know what kind of work is involved in making something like that. I'm easily impressed. So again, we're just following the path. These early levels aren't necessarily the like they're not the most brain mangling to begin with. In terms of an overall sort of like, again, if you think of it as a maze, this is a pretty straightforward path, but we're still at the point, I think we've only been like 3 levels with this concept inside. All of a sudden, oh, this one becomes quite a bit more difficult. So this is neat. I think what this level's intended to do, so you can, if you take a minute, actually, this is one thing we can do. Take a minute and see how you might solve this. So I think the idea here is that, so again, we need to get the grass to the flower. Now, right now with water only goes down. But we also know that when this thing becomes watered, it bounces back up. So I think the idea is, this is really the only logical move, right? Both of these will make it fall over the edge. So we move this down, the grass comes back, it bounces up. Oh, but the water will be gone here, so then we need to empty out this one. All right, so let's see if it works. So move number 1, we get grass onto the level where we'll get to the flower, and then number 2, we actually bring the water to the flower by moving this hex down. LOL, this game is for smart people. All right. Similar idea, it looks like. But there is a small trick. So I think if I head down here, I'm not going to wind up with a situation where I can actually get water to the grass. So my first instinct would be to move on this one, but I actually think I want to keep this one around. So again, we still get water to move it up to the higher level. And this allows us to build the flower. I'm pretty sure if I used this water, there wouldn't have been any way for me to get the grass to the flower. Okay. Again, we can't use this one because it'll go over the cliff. Alright. I'm just trying to think about why they're leaving that. Okay, well, we'll start with this. Oh, I think I know why. So if I move this down, this runs out of water. And yes. That makes sense. So you can recover the lost flowers. Okay. I think this one we have to drown the grass. This one's gonna bounce up and turn into. Yeah, actually, let's see. No, if you drown the grass, you get nothing. Okay, so for this one, I think we actually have the same pattern as before. If we bring down I'm going to call it the bouncing one. So that's going to go green, this will jump up. Now we won't have the water here anymore though, but we can... I'm actually not 100% sure how I make that work on the edge here, but I'm gonna go off before having a game plan just to see how this works. Okay, so if I open this up, right, But then that invites the question, how do I seal the deal and bring it to the flower here? Because I'm pretty sure if I do this, it just falls over the edge and I get nothing. That's how I fix it. Hey, a rose. I don't know if it's the same flower for each level, but this is nice. Yes, that's a really nice way of introducing the water, actually, or the rain rather. I love the, like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, how am I supposed to solve this without water? And then they introduced the rain. I'm just gonna hold here for a minute. You all can enjoy the wonderful sound effects. In fact, while I'm at this, you know, if you just happen to like these sounds. All right, let's move on. All right. So this is kind of a neat sort of change from what we've had before. So once upon a time we said, okay, the only real way we can move up is through these little growth hexes. That's no longer the case. Obviously now anytime we create a cup, the rain is going to fill that. Okay. I think we do the exact same thing as last time. Oh, no, because I still need to somehow... Nope, this will still manage. Oh, I've gone and done it now. I don't think I have a solution. Okay. I'm sure there was probably a more efficient way of doing that, but... Okay. What are we up against here? So I need to get grass up. But I also... Okay, so I'm pretty sure we get this flower by growing these two tiles. It's okay to empty this... Yeah, we need to empty this one because we need to get the grass to them. I think I might have caught myself here. Yep. So the problem is I don't have a way out, so it's fine. You can see other people's you can't see other people's best moves, so technically your way was the... Yes, this is true. I am in a race only against myself, so let's try that again from the start. Okay. So one thing I need to do is make sure that I get the grass to a lower level. Okay, so in this case I'm going to make sure that the rain covers it. So we're covered here because we have sort of this cup. Now I think we're okay to reduce the two. I think I was trying to go for my Exapunk style, do everything in one move style solution, and those don't exist in this game. Well, maybe they do. Alright, so I think this one you just need to jump. So it looks like on this one you need to move this hex down so that the grass moves up. This one will create the cup. Oh, you know what? It'll drown the flower though, so we're probably going to have to bounce it back down. Don't worry, little guy. Oh. Wait a minute. Nope, this will be fine. Or maybe it won't. Yeah. Okay. And looks like we're out of the... here. Now, I don't quite know how this thing ends. It does look like we're heading down the mountain, so maybe at the end there's some big special reveal, like you get to go to a private chat with developer and talk about your journey down the mountain. I don't believe any other game has ever done that. So again, I think this is just about moving the grass down the levels while making sure you don't lose any of the pools. Ah, clever. I think I've worked myself into a corner here. Yeah. So if I do this... Oh, this might work. No, but I can't lower. Neat. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit. Yeah. This is quite literally the opposite of it. Okay, so if I do this, I think I lose the water one way or the other. And again, I'm trying to create the link so that the grass gets the levels that I want. The challenge is I don't see a credible way for me to get to the level that I need where it still transfers. Yeah, I was just an idiot. Okay, this is the nice thing about playing a game like this on release. There's no guides, no solutions. Doesn't mean that people don't see the answers before me, just have a slightly better chance of avoiding the, hey idiot, this is the solution. So I'm assuming there's a reason why one of these are held off to the side. Yeah, you know what? If I do this, I think this is actually going to drain the water all the way. Okay, so we need to get this little guy some grass. I believe this will do the trick. And this will still keep some water. Same idea. There we go. Alright, so I think in this case here, we don't really have any new concepts that are jumping in. Instead, we're trying to make... Again, this is the thing I really like about games like this. At this point, you're starting to learn exactly how many sort of journeys you can take with this. So again, in this case, actually, the funny thing is we're trying to make the grass move in the same direction as the water. Previously, we were trying to build it up. So I think this thing exists so that I can get another area to capture water after I move the grass down there. So I think this is the right way to go, because it builds the path right away. So if we drop like this... This guy bounces up again. Now the real question is, do I have a way of bringing the water in again? I actually think... I might have made a mistake here. You can't drag it back up. Okay, well, let's see what happens when we do something like this. Move this down. Yeah, I think the only challenge is... Yeah, I've worked myself into a corner. Okay. Let's see. There's also a reset level. It's just really fun to hit this button a bunch of times. So let's think about this a little more carefully. So if I head down the side here, I mean, again, there's no real cost to me going trial and error. So if I bring this down, we lose the water there, but we're able to bring it over to the edge. Ah, right. That was the smarter move. But I'm back to a problem because any one of these are gonna Yeah. That's the exact same move as last time. Oh, there we go. We just need to keep forcing that one down. Hello, Samurai CCJ. How you doing? By the way, thank you. I'm very delighted that there's so many people coming out to check out this game. Again, it's one of these wonderful cases of checking out things in your backyard. I actually, there's a little bit more detail in terms of the experience of seeking out sort of local game development things, because there's like full indie in Vancouver. The first thing I went to in Ottawa wasn't actually a very positive experience, but I sort of kept that to myself, except for some news that happened locally, which kind of seemed, at that point it was okay to let the cat out of the bag, because everybody who turns out everybody knew that guy was a scumbag. But Dirty Rectangles is this local game development collective. A bunch of really interesting people who work professionally as well as do it as hobbyists. A few of them stop by the channel. And again, the developer behind this game, Sparse Game Dev. You can follow them on Twitter at Sparse Game Dev. And then this game is called Spring Falls, which you can find on... I've not been too bad at all, Samurai CCJ. I'm actually showing off a game which I've been sitting on for a while. I mean, like, I haven't had a key for it for the longest time, but again, Eric, the guy who made this, at least the only one I know, I'm assuming the soundtrack's by him, but I may be wrong on that, showed an early build on his phone. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really relaxing and a really inventive little puzzle game, and I've sort of been waiting for it to come out. He was very kind to give me a key, but on top of that, I tried to do the right thing and throw some support behind it, so I bought it on iOS. Although in retrospect, obviously, if I don't know if the primary source of revenue is supposed to be Steam or iOS, so maybe I should have bought it on Steam to move it up. But with that in mind, it's one of these cases. The whole reason I sought out local sort of game dev events and meetups and whatnot was to try and capture a little bit of what I had lost in Vancouver, namely the idea that I could see what was going on and possibly show some things that you may not be able to see. Some of the smaller games, some of the more available for free ones we've taken a look at, but this is one of the first cases of something that was is available for sale that I've been able to cover on here. So I am quite delighted by having a few more people showing up on a time that I don't normally do. I'm not going to spill. Well, there was a local studio that was run by someone who. Okay, so basically my first experience of a local group was hearing this guy basically crap all over the idea of getting an education and how he was a successful business person and he didn't need any school, blah blah blah. The whole reason I am in Ottawa is because of my particular skill set. So it was very much a, well, I'm definitely not coming back to this thing again moment. And I kept that story to myself, but as it turns out, there was a bunch of shady behavior, and the studio essentially fired everyone over the Thanksgiving weekend, which was not a good thing to do. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not really my story to tell. It's in some ways a little petty to relitigate the issue. I'm pretty sure the people who don't have jobs have a more legitimate grievance against this guy than I do. But needless to say, it was not exactly the most welcoming original introduction to the Ottawa game development scene. I keep making the same mistake, and I'm pretty sure this pushes it over the cliff. See, this is what happens if you start talking about negative things, then you suffer the consequences. Alright, so if I This actually might have a little more. Yes! Alright. Oh, but I may not have an answer in terms of how to get it back to the flower. Drat, I really thought that I was onto something there. But yeah, so it's just, you know, the only real reason a story like that is worth telling is more so to sing the praises of a group of people who made me feel very welcome, and still make me feel very welcome. I mean, the fact of the matter is that I don't have a lot to contribute to a local game dev collector. I'm not a game developer. I know a little bit of programming, but I would say that my abilities in terms of programming very much is limited to the sort of specialized work that I do. And while, you know, I think data analysis is helpful in a lot of disciplines, the fact of the matter is that these are the sorts of meetups where I need to sort of sit down and listen rather than, you know, project my opinions out. And again, it's a really welcoming environment, so it's you know, it's a group that I've been very happy to see, and you know, you can see the quality of the work. Obviously, this is a really relaxing and enjoyable game. All right, now this is a tricky one. So clearly, I need to get water. Huh. So the real dilemma I have is that I know I'm going to be able to water one, but I'm pretty sure by doing that... Oh, no, I know how to do it. Or maybe I don't. I was thinking I'd like dig in a little extra hole here, but I don't think you can do that. Yeah, this empties out. Okay. Now I need to think. Okay, so I'm limited in moves. This is an obvious one not to do. I've got these two in the middle. I don't think it makes a difference which of these two I go with. So there's something in the fact that I get it split between these two areas. There's no benefit. So the big thing right now is there's no benefit to me sinking this one because I just wind up with this, or actually maybe there is. Yep. This is one that was teaching me a new concept, which is it does actually matter how much water you put into a place. Okay. So if I do one of these, so that'll move it around the edge here. Now the drawback is if I lower it down here, I'll water this guy, but it's gonna take it away from this flower. So now the question is there a way that I can transport it from here, these two spots? And I don't think so. No. That was unexpected. Okay, let's think about this again. So I definitely need to do something on the edge here. Yeah, but I don't see any way to get back to the flower. Alright. As you can see, it's not just trivial puzzles. All right. The trickier one for me is to figure out which of the two I want to work with first. Oh, hang on. Use the lessons they taught me the last level. Okay. So I need to get grass down to this level, and I need to get water. Yeah. This is all about playing with water levels. I'm sure most of you figured that out already. I'm a little slow on the uptake. Okay, 2 disperse. So, I'm gonna do a little irrigation. Nice. Okay. Where are we at? Actually, I should also give credit, because obviously I'm singing the praises of the local Ottawa game development scene. If you go to @DirtyRectangles on Twitter, you can check that out. And again, if you want to follow the developer of this game at Sparse Game Dev, this game Canadian is about $8. I paid about $5 or $6 on the App Store. There's a soundtrack, so if you like the soundtrack, you can buy that for all of these are in Canadian dollars. I'm going to assume in US it's a little bit less, so definitely very modestly priced, especially for the quality. I definitely think that, I mean, it's not my job to tell people what they should be charging. I would argue this is probably a little underpriced for what it is. But, I mean, we'll see whether or not people buy it, right? But where was I going with this? Yeah, even if you don't want to buy it right now, I do strongly recommend, if this is intriguing to you, do make sure that you put it on your wish list, because that is a positive signal. And I mean, it's just one of these things too, where it whether it's helping yourself or whether it's just informing people who you think might get something out of it. It sort of does the job of getting the word out. I'm a little curious about this fellow, because he doesn't seem to be going anywhere I want him to go. Then again, I am also going to somehow get the I think I've already messed this up. Alright, let's see where this goes. So theoretically I can drop this one down. Yeah, that doesn't get me anything. Okay, let's see where I went wrong. So this has to act as the bridge. Right. Because again, these are all about playing with the water levels. So, can it really be as easy as just... No, I think I messed up. So now we overflow. There we go. So the answer is yes, this is entirely about overflowing the water. Oh, hello. There's a waterfall. So we need to do something to dig our way. Interesting. So I wonder if this is the fact. So if I like push this over the edge, we just create a new waterfall. Yeah, but it doesn't stop the flower from getting what it needs. However, I did cut it off from the grass. Oh, this is so... I kind of just want to sit here. How was your day, chat? Just want to let you know you might have to go to work tomorrow. May not make you feel all the best, but let's just take this moment. See the very pretty little flower. Enjoy the finer things. Don't worry about the problems until they come up. I don't think that was relaxing. But anyways, yes. I'm delighted by this game if you haven't figured it out. So I think the problem here is if I push this one down, I break the bridge to the... Okay, so now we have water, which means I can afford to do this. It really is Samurai CCJ. Like I said, I mean, this is almost purely by coincidence, just by virtue of the fact that Sparse Game Dev was showing this thing off at one of the meetups that I went to, and I got to try the demo. And like again, I could not have possibly been more clear, and I'm very grateful that he sent off a key, because clearly. This is something I really wanted to share with you guys when it came out. So, so I'm glad the intuition was there, or the intuition was right in terms of whether or not other people would enjoy it as much as I did. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this will get me the flower here. So I can't break the grass. I think I've already messed it up. So I need to make sure that there's a path for all of these guys to get watered. I break that too, though. Well, hang on. I'm curious if the flower does give me that. So nice. So here's a question for you guys. What would you define this game as? Either as a genre, or if you were to sell someone on this, if you were to come up with an expensive gift idea, or you were trying to tell someone, it's like, hey, you might really like this thing. How would you describe it to them? How would you sell someone on this game? So I'm pretty sure we just need to head down like this. Oh, no, because we... I'm pretty sure that's exactly what that was meant to do. Interesting. Okay, so I need to somehow find a way to get the grass down there without constantly drowning. So I'll try this again, and instead we'll focus on... Yeah. Oh, no, because then we don't link the grass. Okay, similar idea. We don't want to inundate this thing. Nope, but I cut the bridge, so... This is probably not going to do what I think it does. Alright, so I need to... Nobody gets water. Okay, so this is pretty much the first move I have to make. The remaining question is, how do I make sure that I'm able to get enough? I need to make sure that there's a link to the flower, but I also need to lighten up on the water. So if I do this, I think it just cuts it off. Yeah. You would describe it as a soothing puzzle game with a simple control scheme but complex puzzles. Okay. Again, I feel like this is my first move. So it's pretty clear that if I just hit 2 like this, that's not enough. If I bring this down, we're still in trouble. Oh, hang on. Nobody tell anyone that happened. Yeah, I guess the idea here is that this is erosion. Oh god, this brings a whole other thought in mind. This game could be taking place over like years. I absolutely love the way that this game is reinforcing the concept. Oh, I messed up. It's a little too early on that, so we need to carve out another home. Oh, but I also need to find a way of... Okay, so if I do this, that dries out, but I'm pretty sure we can draw this one down. Well, that's fine, because we just do one of these. There we go. This just looks really nice. Okay. I don't think that's going to do the trick. Interesting. Yeah, I think I made a problem here. There we go. All right. Again, I'm loving how all the different themes. So, like at this point, we're well into the drowned flowers phase of things. So, I need to find a way of cutting off. So basically, I think I'm going to want to turn this into some kind of a stream. We'll start with this. Ooh, this is tricky. Nope, this will still... Or, no, it won't. Oh, yeah, no, it does, because it still works through the... other fellow. So, I can do one of these, but it's going to go back to drowning the flowers, so we maybe move this one down. No. There we go. Okay, and now we just need to do the same trick one more time. It's a little more effective than I wanted it to be. This should do the trick, though. Oh, damnation! What if I did? Yeah, that doesn't help me. That really doesn't help me. That is slightly more interesting, though. No! There we go. I think I need to get a little bit better in terms of the water levels, because obviously it's ridiculous to believe that you get sort of an infinite level in terms of the water, but Obviously, I've been doing a little bit more trial and error than I would normally want for something like that. Okay. So if I move this one down, I think we wind up with the problem that everything winds up drowned. So if we go one further, I think in this case we're using the waterfall to try and Nope, now I've gone and done it. I don't think that was what I intended to do, but let's see if we can work with it. Yeah, no, I messed this up. So I think the idea here is I need to somehow make some kind of a bridge that lets the these dirt mounds sort of guide the grass back up. So we still wind up with a path here. At this point, I just need to get a little less zealous as far as the water flow is concerned. Yep, I'm goofing again. Yeah, the trick is I gotta get the water. Oops. Nope, we can still make this work. Drat. Yeah, and this is the problem, is that I need this thing to bounce back, so... getting closer. I will confess I'm a little surprised that this thing is still... Oh, I get why. And I can't do anything about those. Okay, so... that was too much in the wrong direction. Alright. I need to be a little more thoughtful in how I'm approaching this, otherwise I'm just going to wind up... I'm basically going to wind up poking different things. So here's a question. What happens if I bring this along the side? Interesting. Okay. So... one of my original assumptions wasn't a good one. I'm pretty sure either one of these are going to drown the area, so... But, if we lower it now, we have a little pool that we can work with. Hey! Alright. So now I need to find a clever way to bring the grass... back. Yeah, so we're closer to a solution, but the challenge is now I need to find a way to seal the deal. I need to be able to get the water to this part. So if I do this... Oh! This is so silly if I can get away with it. Yeah, okay. What am I doing? Okay, so now we should be able to... Nope, I cut the bridge. And this is too low, I think. Yeah. Okay, so again, we get our pond. I still need to connect the grass, but I need to somehow get water there as well. So I suppose one thing that I can do is this. Yeah. I don't need to keep the grass below, I need to keep the flower up. Okay. I need to find a way to the grass, which will... Okay, so basically we need to make these two... Nope, I already screwed up. So now I think we can cut off the water supply. Oh, I was probably a little too quick on that because now I don't think I have a way of watering this. I really don't have a way of watering this. Okay. Well, I don't really have that much in terms of... So if I do this, there's really no alternative, right? This just loses the water. So my first step does have to be flooding. I need to make sure that the grass grows. Hello, DTG. Yes, it... well, I mean, obviously Monument Valley is a very successful iOS release. And I know this is available on mobile. I apologize. I wasn't aware that it wasn't available on Android before. But so the developer Sparse. Sorry, I should actually get the exact title. Let me just take a quick look at the Steam page. It is Sparse Game Dev. My apologies. Also, my apologies for turning the beautiful music off. But yeah, I did pick it. So they give me a key for PC, which I'm obviously very grateful for. And as I mentioned, this is something that I saw an earlier build of quite a few months back, maybe a year back now that I think of it. And it was one I really wanted to do on stream at some point. So obviously, I'm very grateful for the chance to be able to show this off. And yeah, I mean, it translates really well to PC. I have no idea what the full plan or the full story was for that, but I hope it succeeds on both fronts. So what I'm going to try here. So the idea is I'm going to cut off the water supply. This will go green. Oh, hang on, but I still think I'm lacking an answer in terms of what happens when the grass comes back. Well, okay, Okay, so if I try to build... Alright. There we go. But yeah, obviously the mobile route, whether it was intended originally as a mobile game or it just turned out that way, it definitely fits the mood. But less, I know sometimes that can be a little bit of a dirty word to say mobile port. I think it comes by it quite well. Okay. I think the idea here is I'm supposed to use the erosion to get me sort of a path to the... There we go. You would have loved a first-person Monument Valley? Interesting. I never even thought of that. What about a first-person version of this? You take the flower's eye view and you have to figure out the space. Oh yeah? I mean, This is available for a princely $8 Canadian or whatever your regional equivalent. Actually, could somebody tell me what it costs in terms of US just so I can answer that? So I just want to take a second to let someone know about this. Alright. I just wanted to let someone know that I was streaming this because I think it's very much the type of game that they'd be interested in. So I need to make sure... So one thing I need to do is bring the grass to a level that... Okay, so I don't think I have any way of going back up, so I need to make sure that this guy's taken care of before anything else. So I can't get rid of the bridge. So something like that. No, absolutely nothing like that. Wow, this is a tricky one, actually. Okay, so first thing, I need to make a little pond, I think. I think this still causes me problems. Oh, nope, because this guy will be nourished now. 605 US. Okay, cool. That's a little funny to see the 05 in US, but it is a Canadian game, so... but yeah, $6 US sounds very, very fair. I paid about that in Canadian for the mobile version, although obviously... so one thing I will say... one thing I will say about this game in terms of like a mobile versus... So if you have an iPhone and you have a PC, one thing I will say, it's present, like now that I know to look, I actually have my phone in front of me here, and you can probably hear the second. Definitely the... Oops. Sorry, I just messed up the level I was on. I will definitely say that I appreciate some of the smaller touches in terms of just the way that the water looked, like, and you know, just little things like the wind blowing and all of that. It's not just a like, oh yeah, you know, go for the cheapest one. Like if you really want to sort of, so it kind of, I think there's two moods that you can play this game in. If you are looking for some kind of a diversion while you're waiting for the bus or something like that, this is a fantastic choice. Because I don't know about you, usually if I am turning to my phone on a commute, I'm usually pretty stressed out. If, on the other hand, you just want to drink all this in, if you want to sort of enjoy the atmosphere and particularly the visual details, the PC version is definitely worth it. And I think if you want to sort of immerse yourself in sort of the environment and in the mood, definitely pick this up on Steam. And if, on the other hand, you're just looking for something to, again, if you're looking for a diversion, that's where I think the mobile version is going to be at. Obviously I was given one copy, so that's easy for me to say. But I'm enjoying. I mean, I'm also playing this on. I still really like my nice monitor, so I don't know. I think this is a very pretty game. Okay. In addition to trying to sell this thing, I'm actually also trying to figure out how I'm going to get the water. So I can't break the bridge. Well, no, actually, I can. I can just give it a different location. Okay, so if I do something like this, it fills up with water. So what happens if I cut off the supply? That happens. That's no good. just gonna head back to the origin. So what if we tried something a little different? We kind of went out and around with our grass. So again, the task here is to try and cut off the flow. Yeah, I think no matter how low we go on that, the problem is and everything else will dry up. Okay. So let's think a little bit about where we're at. Just trying to see if there's any little ponds that I can dig, but all of my pond options are gone. So the idea would be to link all of these together. But that invites the question, how do I make sure they get the water they need? Well, I can do this. Oh, no. Okay, that's progress. And we're on our way to bringing grass to this last little area down here. Correct. There's only one type of block that will bounce back up. I'm really doing this because it gives me more options. There's no strategy behind that move, though. Oh, damn it. I don't think I have any answers for that. Drat. No, that's not gonna work. So yeah, if I did something like this, I'm pretty sure everything dies. Oh, no. Not everything dies, but... yeah, can't get that low. Alright, so what if I did that? I think my dilemma now is any path that I take to try and get the grass down to this guy is gonna... Okay, here we go. Still not quite enough. You're kidding me. I'm pretty sure if I do this guy, yeah, it's gonna cut this guy off. So I need to make sure there's some water flowing on here. Pretty sure any... yeah, I don't think any any of these lower areas are going to help me out here. I think I've probably got myself into a corner here. All right. Just trying to think if there's anything I can do with the fact that this has got grass on it now. So I have a few different potential, like I have a few avenues available to me in terms of trying to move the slightly unusual mechanics where if one is close enough, water still runs across the yeah, it's so the thing is that I really just like going in and messing about. I think this is probably the mobile thing where it's actually really fun to like tap and push these things down. So I haven't been tracking how many levels of depth you could go. So again, if I move this one down here, this guy's gonna die out. If I want to stop the overall water flow, I can do that. Problem is that I can't cut off the supply of water now because this flower is relying on it. So with my current solution, it's fixed here. What I need to try and find is either a way to... hang on. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I can go all the way down, but... basically, I need to stop the water from getting on this thing. Alternatively... close. But I don't have the bridge to the grass. All right. So again, I have multiple options in terms of how I make this flower grow. I can do one of these, or I can do this. The dilemma is I'm not 100% sure if one gives me more options than the other. So I think if I do this, it cuts it off. But it's the same story. I think they're actually equivalent choices. Oh, okay, so yeah, DTG16, the way that this works, it's the best way of looking at this game is it's like a maze. So you know what, I know I'm gonna lose some progress doing this, but let's start this from the beginning. So again, the way that I sort of make sense of it is it's like a maze, right? So you start with some grass, and what you need to do is you need to make sure that the tiles get watered. So you need to make sure that there's greenery on the way to the flower. But you also need to make sure that it's maintained. So if you can't like get a flower to bloom and then take away its water supply. So you basically need to kind of get into a sort of a steady state. So right now these things couldn't bloom. So even if I got the grass to them, they wouldn't bloom because they're currently being doused with water. And so this level, there's a couple of things that you need to do. This is a little bit later on inside of the game, and so there's the waterfall, which is sort of presenting you a constant flow of water. So part of it is directing the flow to make sure that you're able to get the flowers up, but in addition, you need to make sure that you're able to direct it in such a way that you can get the grass to each of these areas as well. So this is probably the most complicated puzzle that I've run into, and again, I'm sort of at the point where if I just kind of bounce around... Like, so this automatically loses because I have no way of going back up and getting the grass to these areas. So I don't think that helped me, actually. What am I thinking? So I do kind of want to try this trick. Again, we need to get... So I can't move this thing any further because I need to make the bridge. And the last way that we solved this was running like that. Now, one of the options I have available to me now... Actually, here's a question. So let's just say I did this on its... Okay, so yeah, I do need to bring down that. I do need to make the trench. Oops. There we go. So, I can afford to do this now, because this is already watered. But again, if I move any lower, this guy's gonna dry out. So there's basically I have no more wriggle room as far as the main waterfall is concerned. I do have some options, however, in terms of moving this tile around. Now the alternative, of course, is I do this, and what I need to do is I need to figure out how I'm going to make sure that I don't have water on these tiles long enough to be able to grow this thing out. So, you know, I might try something like that, but I'm always going to have a source of water falling down. Yeah, I just said that wasn't going to do the trick. But if I do that, so now I get the option of moving this guy along. And we're back to the old decision that I needed to make, which was... So if I do this, it doesn't get me anything. If I do this, it will water this fellow. But you can make the same argument for this tile. And I'm not 100% sure which one is better yet. Nope, but then we dry this guy out, so that doesn't work. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. This is a game called Spring and Flow, Spring Falls. We are a little bit further in this, but I thought you would really like this game because of your love of sort of plants and nature and just generally stuff that will calm the nerves. So the idea is that you try and get grass to the plant, and then you also need to keep a water source, or give it a water source. And the trick I'm working with right now is trying to find a way to get the greenery to my last plant here. Right, okay, so one thing I need to think about is I'm talking about cutting off the flow. It's actually not... It's not bad that I do it as long as I can get it back. So what was I thinking? I'm just trying to remember now what I was thinking in terms... Right, so if I do this, I believe I still have a way of watering this guy again. Okay, so we're getting closer to a solution. Okay, so I'm gonna move this down. Alright. So now we need to make sure that this guy isn't getting too much water. And I think we can do that. Oh. Nope, but I bet we can do it with this. There we go. So for those of you who would like to show that you are substantially smarter than me, you can buy this on Steam for like $8 Canadian and apparently $6 US. If somebody does !game, that'll even take you a link to the Steam page. Incidentally, I should have put that in the command, but if you go to Twitter, @SparseGameDev is the developer behind it. His name is Eric, and he was the lead programmer on Cuphead, and the only other thing I've seen him do was a roguelike at the Global Game Jam this year, but I'm pretty sure somebody with the level of talent that he has probably got quite a few other credits that I don't know about. Okay. So the waterfall is going to come into it somehow. It's just come into it a little sooner than I thought. Okay, actually, let's think about this then. So I need to find a way to make the bridge. Okay, I might have been a little premature with that, but... Alright. Just also trying to think if there's a way. So if I do this, yeah, that doesn't really get me anywhere new, I don't think. So I want some kind of a bridge to this spot. I don't think I get... Yeah, I don't get to move that tile down here, though. Ah, but this lets me build my way up. LOL, this game is for smart people. $6.99. Okay, thank you. So, my apologies for underselling this wonderful game by $1, but it's worth it. If anybody has any questions, by the way, I don't, like, I know from playing, what's going on. I'm sure I will be able to sit down and have a conversation with the developer. Actually, I don't know if you were watching this, Eric. I'd love to have you on so you can talk about the game if you would like. But yeah, if you guys are curious about it, I'll definitely tell you. I mean, I obviously like this, and I am predisposed towards local stuff. I love Canadian games, and I don't think people realize just how many games that you love are actually Canadian. But I'll actually admit, like, after seeing the earlier demo was like this, but like to see it in all of its glory, especially how pretty it is. It's really cool. But yeah, I don't know. So the only impressions I can really give are that as a player and a big enthusiast. I can't tell you a whole lot about the making of the game and whatnot, but if you have any questions that can't be answered, just by looking at me struggling with puzzles that probably are not as difficult as I make them look, let me know. I'll do my best to answer. Okay, so I think the idea here is I'm gonna try and make myself a little like a little pond. So then we cut off the waterfall here. I move up one. Oh, damn it! That was close to being right, but not exactly. So I actually need to extend the grass first. Then we can do that. This is an extremely forgiving undo system, and I'm very glad for it. Don't doubt it either, but in some cases we just don't know the real truth to that. Canadian games are pretty fun and eye-opening. Yeah, well, the other thing too is that, and this may not be for the better, but I think a lot of Canadian game development isn't necessarily, I don't know if I want to say weighed down by the baggage, because I'm not entirely, like, I don't really think that's the way I want to characterize that discussion, but in Canadian film, there is quite a bit of discussion into... see, I've cut myself off from being able to water this, though, so I need to think a little more carefully. It's close, but it's not quite what I need. No, again, I'm watering it, but I need to get the grass too. But yeah, anyway, so the idea of Canadian identity. Obviously, Canada is a very diverse country, and so there's nothing necessarily about Spring Falls that immediately screams Canada, right? There isn't a Canadian flag waving around. I haven't seen a beaver in the background. But that is, like, for things like Canadian Media Fund financing and whatnot, that is one part of the consideration. It is not the only part. And I think as a result, people have been able to maybe express themselves in a way that they wouldn't through other types of programs. I think I'm still making a mistake here. Oh, no, because I've got grass over here, so that'll feed this guy. But yeah, in this case, it's a little bit more about just bringing something, it's about bringing a particular mood. It's about bringing a type of game that I actually don't think, like, if I think of the number of games that I play to just relax and enjoy the environment in, like, I've got Surviving Mars. You're mentioning Monument Valley, so I think that's a reasonable example. I mean, that's another case where you've got the United Kingdom and they've got their media fund. But again, not everything has to be just waving the Canadian flag or making sure that you mention Moose Jaw inside of the title or something like that. In this case, it's it's a particular perspective. It's a way of looking at the world, or just it's something beautiful being brought into the world. And in that case, I would argue that in the case of Canada, interactive media has traveled a little bit better around the world rather than film. Although with that in mind, Canadian music has also done a reasonably good job of sort of finding an audience. So this seems deceptively simple. I would have thought if I cut off the... Yes, it's too low. Alright. Sorry, I'm pontificating on Canadian media when I should be focusing on solutions. There we go. One thing that I sort of like is that after some trickier puzzles, you you do get ones like that, which sort of, well, I mean, for me, it could just be that I'm wired for certain types of puzzles and not other ones, but I kind of feel like it does a good job of giving you a little bit of a break in between the really tricky ones. I don't really feel like I've had 5 or 6 like really hardcore puzzles to test my patience. All right. So again, I want to make sure. It seems like okay, so the first path I would think would be something like this, but the fact that there's a sort of a bouncing tile suggests to me that there's more than meets the eye. So if I do one of the yeah, now I've gone and done it. All right, so I think I probably took... I do think the waterfall is the first move I need to make. And I need to use that to build a little... Okay, so I think this is a good example. So I know that this is going to bounce back up. So I believe I'm supposed to carve out what'll become a pond later. At the moment, though, I need to concern myself with making sure that... you know what, I'm going to hold back. So, it's a couple things. I need to get grass to a tile which I can then sink down. And then I need to be able to cut off the water so I'm not drowning the grass that'll pop up. Again, I think if I do this, I think the idea is that my solution needs to be one where when I drop this, it's going to fill up a pond that I build. Which will sort of be guarded by this popping up area. So like probably something in here. But again, I need to, my first priority is to actually get this guy to bounce up. So, alright. So if I do this, it doesn't make it any, it doesn't make it any more likely that the water's gonna stop. So if I do something like this. Okay, so I can bring you down. Now if I cut off the water, I don't have any place to capture it. What if I do something like this? This might be a bit deep, but let's see what happens. Close, let's see if we can recover it. Maybe... I think there might be a problem on this side, though. Yeah, I think that's the right idea, just the bad and not a good implementation, so... So I'll start by... I need to make sure I get the grass on it, though. Okay... I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, what am I... I had this a minute ago. Okay. So this is the start of my bridge. Okay, let's pretend that I don't need the pool here. Let's say that it's just here. So now the trick is I need to somehow get need to make sure that the grass grows in this tile so that we can capture the water here. Yeah, I think the problem is if I dump this, there's nowhere to capture it. I can make this go lower, but... it gets me nothing. Oh, but what if this became the... Okay, so then we drop this guy down. There we go. Yeah, well, the other thing too, DTG, is, like... I'm gonna make a guess. The grass mechanic probably seems a little more mysterious to you than it is. Like, the first few levels really bring the idea of building the path home, so I'm kind of taking that for granted. My only thing is that I normally love sitting down and reasoning my way through a problem, and the real drawback is... it's actually really fun to sort of engage and like poke and just otherwise like move around these tiles. So I wind up doing a little bit more like just push the buttons and see what works approach than I probably should. But again, I think there's worse things you can say about a game than it's really fun to push the buttons. So okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is see if I can oh, damn it. I probably shouldn't be saying "damn it" on such a pleasant game like this. Alright, this is the right idea, but I think I've created a problem for myself because I don't see how I get water to this area in terms of the grass, so... let's just say we bring the overall level down. There's an interesting possibility here, but... aha! Alright. So now... again, I think I need to bring the overall level down again. I don't know if I needed to bring all of that down there, but I'll take it. Alright. So I think there's a similar idea here where I want to make these little ponds, so like a pond here and a pond here. And the real dilemma now is how do I wind up getting the grass to this spot? So let's start by cutting off the water supply. We'll distribute the grass where we need it. So my best possibility seems to be... oh! Seems to be something like this. This is the... yeah, this is where I'm going to have the problem, I think. Because I can cut off the water here, but that doesn't bring me any closer to getting this, this spot green. Nope. Okay. Let's try a different approach, though. So... if I bring this guy down like this, I am going to need to find a new source of water for it, but... oh, but yeah, this guy's right in front of the flow, so if I do that, there's no way I'm going to be able to keep that running. Well... So if I do that, he comes back, but we dry up the rest. I love puzzles like this because it's like, oh yeah, I got an idea about how I'm gonna solve this. I'm like, oh, do you really? So let's reevaluate this idea that this can't be a... Oh, hang on. Is there a way I can get the grass to... do one of these. Okay, so I can't rely on the waterfall for my main source of water. Theoretically, if I do something like this... So, like, here's the idea. Right? The dilemma is I need to find a way to get the grass down here. I think if I do something like this, I'm still in trouble. It's too low to handle this group. And of course, if I do something like this, well, nobody's happy then. Yep, still playing. The puzzles are definitely starting to give me something to think about. So we pretty much break this thing open as soon as I find a way to kind of get the grass down and keep sort of a permanent water supply. Now I suppose there's an interesting question. Is there a way that I might be able to sustain... No, I gotta have water beside it, so... so every time I do this... Okay, no, actually, here's a way of thinking. I don't need... So I can start with something like this. But the waterfall will actually supply... So, we do something like this. The waterfall will actually supply the water for this guy. So let's... I'm going to run with something like this for now. Oh, I messed up. So I'm going to try and give you an idea of what I'm thinking about here. Okay, so if I say, "Ha ha, you don't get any water, little flower." Oh, so sad. If I run something like this, we're still covered. So now the big question is there a way that I can somehow get the grass down to this level and watered without sort of pauperizing this part of the map? This might be interesting. Oh, I can't do that because I... Or no, well... No, I still need to play by the rules. I still need to get the original pawns down. Okay. So now the question is, how do I grow grass on the bottom? I am slightly curious what happens if I do something like this. mean, that's intriguing, but I mean, the challenge now is I'm still going to wind up in a situation where all the water goes away. So any of these, if I lower any single one of these ones, we drain the whole area. Trying to think if there's a way that I can get the water to just focus on yeah, I'm getting closer, but actually at this point I'm just kind of throwing stuff around without thinking about it. And I can't go back up once so I need to make sure I haven't worked myself into a corner here. No, it doesn't accomplish anything. Alright, let's go back to this basic level. So I'm kind of feeling like I need to have some kind of a path. So, like, basically the idea, at some point one of these things is going to have to move down here. We know that. When I open the floodgates, the challenge is that I don't, at the moment, to my understanding, have a way of making it so that basically things don't, well, I mean, that's kind of promising. Well, here's a question. What if I did this? Yeah, okay. It's not as promising. Right, because the water's going to spill over onto this tile. Again, it's completely logical. I'm just an idiot. Okay, let's go back to our Atlantis spot. So we know, okay, so there's also sometimes when I run into situations like these, I think about, okay, so what are some of the outside the box solutions that don't have, that can't get me anywhere. It doesn't involve this hex. Because we don't have any grass tiles that move up. What we need to do is we need to make the grass move down. And we've seen that if I cut off the water supply like this, we're able to let sort of the ponds take care of things. So the solution I'm looking for is one that basically... actually, hang on. It's like... something like this would be really good, but I need to count on the fact that there is some kind of a green... No, actually, I might have just answered this for myself. So if I do something like this, then that invites the question, okay, but where do you get the water for the next one? So if I did, I think we've already tried this. If I did something like this, you get close, but I don't believe this guy has enough water to carry on. Move up. Right, we didn't have grass there. Well, actually, that's an interesting problem on its own, so... Just trying to think, is there a clever way that I can get the grass onto this tile? Oops. If I did something like this, but again, we don't have the... Oh yeah, so first things first. Get the grass down. So... the way it looks right now, I need to somehow... Oh no, hang on. I don't need to preserve... this. Okay, this is... I think this is always lower. I'm just trying to think of other little spots that I can dig out for myself. So, something like that. That still helps this guy. But the problem is, I think it's the same as having a pond, like... It doesn't get me a whole lot when I do this. I can make it as deep as I want, and we still have the same dilemma as soon as I move it away. Yeah, that's not gonna help me in the end. The thing I'm a little curious about is if I can somehow get the water to, I'm trying to see if there's a clever way that I can get this spot to get grass on it, but I'm not convinced. So if we made this the pond, we brought these two guys down, what would that look like? So now the question becomes, how do I get water to this guy again? And unfortunately, I don't think the present situation helps me. If we do this, then the water probably, yeah. So we do one of these, I think it's too low to be helpful. Yeah. Can always bring, so this guy I'm not worried about. I think I meant to do that. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter which direction I go. Let's slightly more interesting, but I still think I wind up in the same problems I've had before. Yeah, I just don't think it's the fact that I leave this guy alone. So I'm gonna go right back to the start and just see if I'm wrong in thinking that there isn't a waterfall solution to this that I'm missing. So basically any waterfall solution that doesn't look like this, to my understanding, drowns the first flower. That's why I've eliminated that as an option. So with that in mind, we've so obviously we've established paths to each of the flowers. This may be premature, by the way. Obviously, the only watering that really... Actually, here's an interesting question. So, let's just say for a moment we left it at this. Because I know I always have the so it's like, well, why would I do that? It's like, well, because I always have the option of doing this at some point. I know I can't lower this one because we don't have any way of getting the... Well, actually, we don't know that for sure. So, when we do this... we can still lower this guy down to extend. Alright. This is a new train of thought. I don't think it helps us, though. It's like the idea is we can move this thing down. Okay, well, let's start with this for now, because we know we can flood it again. So basically we know that we can move this down a level, and so that restores the green to where we need it to go. The challenge is we need to find a way of capturing the water. And I think if I do it here, that's not enough. Although, what's to say that wouldn't work? Okay, so there's some interesting possibilities there. Right, but that still doesn't translate into feeding the flower. Oh look, a fancy smart person game. I bet you think you're so smart playing this, don't you? I do, Johnny Big Time, except for this level, which makes me feel like a complete clown. Let me just take a quick minute here and do a shout out for Johnny Big Time. Sorry to take you away from the lovely music. I'll also take a minute to do the !game command. Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch. He has got a personality that is the complete opposite of this game. Johnny's a really active and entertaining, incredibly charismatic streamer. And I think one of the things... I actually think he'd do this game quite well. And I think one of the reasons for that is every time he plays a game, you can see his just pure love of the game that he's playing coming through every single time that he does one. He definitely does a lot more action-oriented material than I do. Not that I haven't done action games. Obviously, I've done like Doom and Wolfenstein and whatnot. But Johnny continues to be someone who will always show me how bad of a streamer I am by comparison. He's been doing Fallout New Vegas most recently. As for you, Johnny, you only have one gear and it spins free and leak. This is a game that I found. You know that kind of local game developers collective that I go to every month, Dirty Rectangles. This is one of the developers. This is one of the people who organizes it. This is their game. The only other credit that I know them from is they were lead programmer on Cuphead. But this is their solo effort, Sparse Game Dev. And for those of you who are wondering where you can get this wonderful game, there's a link inside a chat there. It's $8 Canadian. I think somebody said $6.99 US. Very inexpensive game. Really wonderful one. Again, the atmosphere is wonderful. If you have an iPhone, you can also pick it up on the App Store, which I did. Eric did give me a copy of the PC game. And it's a very delightful little puzzler. This is incidentally, so this is one of the more advanced levels. The game definitely gives you a really good onboarding. Anyways, I've filibustered my way into a mental rest. Let's see if we can bring this thing home. So I'm liking this idea of trying to... cut off the water like this. I am liking this idea of trying to bring the green sort of down and then find like a path to like basically I'm trying to think of a way to get like the path to this flower here. The really important thing to remember is that as soon as I do this, I need absolutely none... here's an interesting thought. I think I got it. LOL, this game is for smart people. So the trick on this one is that because we know the source of water for this flower is at the top here, you do not need to retain any of the structure of the original pond. That was what I was missing before. I feel really, really good when I finally crack stuff like that. So all of you people who left early, I know you'll never watch the VOD, but that's what you get for getting impatient. I'm completely ruining the spirit of this game. Okay, so this is another one of these ones that looks a lot easier than it is. So the big challenge here is trying to find a way to get the basically I need to get the oh god, this is actually a really devilish puzzle now that you look at it. No, I'm definitely not directing that at you, Kate. Also, hello, Proteus Maximus and Ed Baver. I don't think I said hi to you tonight yet. And everybody else who I did forget. Incidentally, again, for those of you who are from Dirty Rectangles, please make yourselves known and feel free to drop your links inside of the chat because I want to show everybody's games at some point. Johnny Big Time says, as soon as you walked in here, not know how to play the game, you solved that puzzle immediately. Yeah, this is the effect Johnny has on me. Okay, so this looks like it's really easy, right? It's like, okay, yeah, and then we just make a little pond here and we're all ready to go. And then you cut off the source of the water. Oh god, what are we gonna do? But the solution is actually very similar to the previous one, because this guy's taken care of now, so we just move one down. Oh, gotta remember the erosion. I am pretty sure that is gonna come up again, where I need to make sure that I have the erosion to move back. Oh man, this is a neat one. I'm pretty sure this is going to have the same... So we don't have a waterfall to work with now. We got to do the same thing with... Wait, and we need to bring the grass up at some point? What? Oh, right. How am I supposed to get the grass here in the first place? Okay. What am I thinking? Yeah, okay, this is actually a lot more tricky than I thought it would be. So first thing I need to do is somehow save this grass. I'm pretty sure that's not how I do that. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just see what happens when I dump the contents in. So obviously I can pull one of these. So close, but I think we're still just short of a solution because as soon as I do that, I cut off all my paths. Okay, so I have the general idea about where I gotta go with this. I'm fascinated by... Hang on. I don't think there's any way for me to get grass on this thing. Okay, let's keep on our current path. So I drown this guy. Oh, hang on. I remember what I was thinking. So what if I did something like this? So now we add more water. No, this still isn't going to do what I think it's supposed. So I was thinking something along this line, but then we just lose all the... No, we don't lose all the water. That's right. Okay. So now... Ha-ha! The day is mine. Mouse4K asks, what are the controls? So this game is available on mobile. You have one action you can perform, which is to erode... I'm taking this as basically soil erosion. So you can take... You'll notice that basically if water's running over it, you can't do it if it's a pond, but if there's water beside it, you can drop it down. So we're just going to do that one more. Oh, I can't do that another time. You know what? Looks like I don't have any other options. Again, this is much more devilish than it seems. But I think I can hit this again. There we go. But yeah, basically your option is to move the tiles down. Now some tiles will move up in response, but your only action is to basically, if you're playing mobile, to push, like you interact with the screen. This one, it's just a mouse click. So yeah, as you can see, the brown tile did have a purpose. I just didn't. The idea was there, but the problem is that my original formulation, I thought I'd be able to erode the green down to where it ultimately went, but I actually needed that higher level to be able to pull it off. It's really good because you don't play games that require the use of a keyboard being okay, then yeah, I that's actually, see, this stuff like that really, I'm really warm to comments like that because like my experience is not to worry about that kind of accessibility. It doesn't mean that it's not important. It just means it's not the sort of thing that I can consider on a given day. So it's really cool to hear that stuff like this that I enjoy is actually able to reach a wider audience, one that's potentially underserved. Especially because I kind of hope that will translate into financial success for the game. I think I've already made a problem for myself. So I need to basically get water inside here, but I don't have any path to do that. It's just going to go down the edge. So let's start. Okay, that still accomplished what I wanted. So now we're able to drive this guy down here. We're kind of back to being in a kind of a point of scarcity. So the first thing I want to do is move this down. I think the problem is that I'm not going to have enough. Well, see, I can't take this down because the water's just going to fall down the side. I can try and bring it down like this, but I don't think I'm going to have enough water to be able to... Yeah. Okay. That didn't do what I was thinking it would do. I was hoping I could kind of combine the two ponds. Yeah, so the opening levels that we had were ponds only too. So this is kind of back to some familiar territory. So I'm curious if I do something like that. No, that still does the same thing. See, I don't know why I did that again, because clearly I am... Like, there's no benefit. I wind up in the exact same situation I was unhappy with before. I feel like there's something about getting grass onto this particular tile, but I don't have any very clever ideas about how I'm going to pull that off. Alright. Let's focus on the fact that there's grass here. So I think if I do this, it just spills all over. Aha! Yeah, well, I mean, this is the, what was it, the Apple keynote this year where they announced the new iPhone? They pointed out that there are 1 billion people who have played games on an Apple product. So the fact of the matter is we're all gamers now, whether people want to admit it or not. And it's really just a matter of finding something that works for you. And like, this is, so like, to give you an account of how I've been spending my time, the last few games I played, so Exapunks, which is definitely for a very niche type of gamer, Infinifactory, so that's kind of the same thing, Need for Speed Heat, Battlefield 5, and Age of Wonders Planetfall. The majority of that does not appeal to what I would consider to be the average person who plays games. This is distinct from the average gamer. The average gamer is probably aware of Paradox. Well, maybe not even Paradox games, but definitely like Battlefield and stuff like that. And so the thing is that, like, one of the big things that I've done over the last couple of years is to actually look a little bit more at mobile games, and more than just like XCOM on mobile, because like obviously I love XCOM, but that's a PC experience transported onto tablet and phone. And there's a lot of really good stuff in mobile. I love Apple Arcade, for instance. I've only been playing Grindstone on it, but that's a great game. So just to be able to get a chance to see a little bit more in terms of, you know, what people like. There's an interesting question, I think, in terms of saying what is sort of a representative gaming experience. Because, you know, now that I've got the Xbox, I get to see what console games are like. I'm really bad at aiming with a controller, by the way. I tried Gears of War 4, and like, that was... an experience. Oh, I lost a little bit more than I thought I would there, but we might still be able to pull off what I wanted to do. Ah, now this is an interesting dilemma, because as soon as I do one, I'm gonna lose the other. And that doesn't... Neat. Okay, so I need to be a little more thoughtful. $270 IQ, your IQ dropped while watching this game. Okay. No, can't do that because... Oh, yeah. Again, this is really devilish. So, in one sense, I want to be able to bring this down and have the... sort of have the grass head down to this level. But the one thing I don't want to have happen is I don't want these two to connect, because I actually need to deliver... actually... Yeah, see, this is the problem. No matter what... Oh! Wasn't expecting that. But I didn't give myself the path to the... I still need the path to make all the greenery show up. But there's something... Oh! Interesting. Okay, so we lose a bunch of water off to the side there. So what if we do that? It does not help us. Also the Dark Souls games. I've never been able to play those without a keyboard. Or sorry, I've never been able to play those with a keyboard and mouse. Okay, anyways, yeah, I kind of want to keep the... First thing I think is I want to keep the two ponds separate because I want to be able to feed both flowers, but it also occurred to me that as long... So I think this is the one I want to fill first, because that one has kind of the credible path for the grass to move up. But I'm curious why I think that. Like, why is it any less likely... I think I just got a really good answer there. So if I went like whole hog on this, yeah, the problem is then I starve myself of any opportunities to expand the grass. Nope. Nope, because I still need to keep it on the same level. So obviously these ones on the side are non-starters. So the only, I mean, when I'm taking a look at process of elimination, so if I make any of these, I lose a bunch over the edge. And I'm not entirely clear what the advantage is on these. Well, let's see if I can make it work. So if I do that, that connects the two, but I have some water that I lose in that area up there. So again, if I do something like this, now I'm in a situation where I can theoretically make some kind of a connection. Not for now, phone is lagging pretty hard. I hope you all have a great stream. Good luck on the puzzles. Thank you very much, DTG. And how you doing, Sangeef? Yeah, so Miles, basically the way I've made sense of this is you can think of this as a maze. So you need to have there's two conditions to have grass growing. It needs to be beside water, and it needs to be beside a grass tile. So for instance, I'll draw a path here, and I'll basically predict where the grass will grow on tiles. So when I lower this one, here's what's going to happen. Lowering this tile is going to put it on the same plane as this tile. So because it's going to be beside the grass tile here, and it's beside water, this is going to grow grass. So that condition is also going to be true for this one, then 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 this one, and then this one. Right? But notice that these have yellowed, and this is because they had grass before, but they don't have water there anymore. And that's basically how the grass works. So if I do this, we still lose some over the edge, yeah. And it also goes into that spot in the back. So I'm just trying to see why I would want to do something like this. I mean, okay, great, I get my grass extended there, I suppose. If I do this, this doesn't exactly help me. No, but there's some possibilities here. But it's not enough to bring this one down. Okay, I'm thinking... No, that doesn't do the trick. Okay, well, let's see what happens if I... Yeah, again, it's too low to... So, I mean, interesting, but we still need to figure a way through this spot. And again, we're in a similar idea where it's just a little too low to be helpful. So I get to pick one or the other when we're combined like this. So, what else can I try? I'm thinking basically this is not a winnable combo for me here. Yeah, and then this is locked away, so this won't do anything. And then this just pushes it over the edge. Okay, so let's see if we can come up with some out-of-the-box solutions. So if we try from the further back... Again, the problem with this one was I don't think there's any way that I can connect that doesn't result in... Okay, so if we drown the grass... What do we get then? Not much. There's an interesting idea about trying to, like, drag the grass through like this, but we don't have a way of bringing it back up. this out the gate. Is that really not? Oh yeah, I see why it doesn't do that. I'm just trying a few different ideas in terms of how I can try and get the... So again, if we move the grass down... Or, so I was thinking, it's like, well, what if we try and move the grass around like this? Like, this is too steep, and we don't have any other path to bring water to any other places that could give us grass. If we do that, we lose a whole bunch over the edge, and we're no closer to growing grass. So, yes, I am losing my water when it goes over the edge, Sungift, so I'm trying to avoid that when I can. But at a certain point I need to... try... So, the main reason... Oh, here's an interesting thought. What if I do this? It accomplishes absolutely nothing. I really feel like that should have done... Oh, right, because this thing doesn't have water. Yeah, so I'm really limited to this one if I want to see any movement. But like I said, it's not like we have a lot of options. So as soon as I do one of these, the water goes away. So that's a non-starter. Same applies with any of these tiles here. This tile will fill this up. But we don't have enough water left to be able to work down these walls. Thanks. Sorry if you guys got the full force of that. All right. So, what would a smart person do? So I think I tried this before. The nice thing about this is we don't actually lose any water. And the problem is I don't think there's any other... Yeah, there's no good moves after that. If we go up to the edge here, we get a little inside here, but nothing we can work with. All that we can do is go deeper. And same story here. We just wind up feeding the areas that already have water. Okay, so... It's trying to... Oh no, yeah, no, I see why that one isn't. Again, I'm at this point I'm kind of testing assumptions, seeing which ones are not helpful. Okay, so I need to get one of these tiles, or yeah, so which ones will not get grass to where I want it? These ones. So these are basically out of the running unless I can see some benefit to connecting these two bodies, which again I don't see any benefit to. Next priority is I need to get water in both of these little ponds. And then of course the big troll. I can't do more than one. Oh, actually that's an interesting question. Is there a way that I can break up these two bodies of water? Not in a useful way. I think that just trapped more in the back there, so that's not something I want to do. This is the tricky thing, right? In one sense, I want to have two bodies of water so that I can feed both ponds. But the conditions that will allow me to move the grass are the ones that force me to have more than one body of water. Well, hang on. Why can't I do this again? because this goes dry and we don't get the grass. That's right. And then as soon as I do this, it breaks off the connections. Again, I'm not sure what I'm trying to accomplish with any of that. That was so close to being promising. I'm not sure if there's a difference in terms of the quantity of water that you get. And then we're back to this case where we've got the unstoppable wall. I'm not entirely sure I'm helping myself just by randomly clicking on tiles, especially ones that I've tried already, so... Okay. So one thing that so one of the drawbacks to these, and I'm not sure if there's any psychology that's been written on this, but especially when you take a look at, like, you keep doing the same pattern over and over again. So, like, I kind of feel like this is my only option. But the problem is that I might be struggling on the puzzle, specifically because I haven't been thinking. The outside the box ones, again, I eliminated possibilities. I said the edge won't work. There is the possibility, so there's a theory here, which is there's enough that falls between the two. Yeah, so at least this does technically solve the problem that I had of water for both sides, but it doesn't solve the problem of getting grass in the area. And every other alternative is. So I'm pretty sure this could be said of like any of the intermediate ones. So as far as thinking is concerned, well, actually, sorry, there is one other consideration I could make. Right, I still need to get the grass. I think this gives me less water, so this should be even less successful than the previous attempt, but yeah. So I was just thinking, like, if it's trying to teach me something like you can actually evenly divide the water between the two ponds, but that's not, I don't think that's where we're going with this. So, alright. If I do something like this, so it's a full transfer of water, but we are still stuck in terms of getting the grass there. Miles, I would love it if you click that link just down below there, and your suggestions can apply to your own playthrough. Hey, Rouge Lake Girl. I didn't. I'm delighted that you've heard of it. I had no idea that. I wasn't sure how many people knew of this. So yeah, big thumbs up from me so far. It's $8 Canadian, $6.99 $6.99 US, I think. All right. So I think the problem here is if I try and dig myself a path, I don't have enough to clear these guys back. All right. I don't mind you participating in chat. It's just like to give you an idea of my history of like backseating and stuff like that. When I streamed BattleTech, the early backer beta, the hour that it came out, people came into my channel and were telling me how to play the game. There was, unless someone worked for Harebrained Schemes, there was literally no one else who could have been playing that game earlier than when I was. And people were still telling me how to play the game. So the thing is that I like sharing this stuff with people, and I usually don't play things ahead of time because you only get one chance to experience a game the first time. But I also know that there's a cost to doing that, because there is a tendency for people to think that, you know, the only right way to play a game is to beat it. Sometimes being confused, sometimes like having to struggle through stuff is part of the fun. I would not like this game as much if it didn't challenge me. So, but yeah. Plus, I also want to make sure that the developer like is compensated. It's 2 years worth of work, right? I'm pretty sure that. Like, think about how much you get paid a year, and then divide that by $6.99 or $8 if you get paid in Canadian dollars. That's how many units this thing needs to sell to be worth it. Otherwise, the developer should just go and work at your job. Yeah, I'm also just trying to come up with really clever ways to sell the game, so. So the thing I hate is that I keep coming back to this quote-unquote solution, and I'm pretty sure I've done every possible combination of things that, you know, that I can try. If I just brute force each individual collection, right? It's not edifying, and I just learn how much of a dummy I am. So like, this is fine. You're like, oh yeah, this will work, right? No, it goes down the wall. No, we can put it here, right? No, it doesn't, because the erosion's too high. Put it down the middle, you're like, maybe the two divide it. Oh, wait, you don't have enough for the grass. It's like, oh, maybe you just add the other one here. No, because then you lose your water. And then, of course, this is the one that we've been trying the most, and this really seems like it's going to work, right? But we don't have any way of getting the water to the last one here. And I'm pretty sure all the other ones along the edge, you know, do less than... This is the I give up option. Whoa, no. Again, if I try and transfer this to the back, I think I lose a lot of water over the edge, and now it's trapped in an area. Do you think we're approaching the edge? We can see the hills in the backdrop now. We're definitely much lower than where we started, but I don't know. I want to be surprised when we reach the end of the journey. It's also possible I may not be able to do it all in one stream, but. I really like this idea of trying to come up with like 2 different ponds, but I really don't think I have. I really don't think I have that option. So like this at least leaves it for next time. And then again, the problem we have here is that we're not able to get rid of this wall. If I try and get rid of like any intermediate wall... Oh, hang on. No, because this is just the same problem from another direction. So here we've got enough water, but we haven't got a path to the grass. I actually do like the fact that your undos are costless. It lets you experiment. Although my answer for experimentation is just, you know, banging away at things without a real strategy. That's maybe not so good. Okay. Just gonna tunnel our way. There we go. Problem solved. Let's just do... Oh, I thought there was like a... Oh, there's anti-aliasing? Okay, we gotta make this look even better. Just hit the reset prog... This is what I was looking for before. Hit the reset progress button and... go back to puzzles that make me feel a lot smarter than I really am. If you don't understand why this is so fun, buy the game. Seems blurry? I didn't actually notice much of a difference, but I can turn it off if you don't want it. I mean, anti-aliasing is to get rid of like the jagged edges, so depending on the method, I wouldn't be surprised that there was a little bit of a blur, but if you do understand what, yeah, well, presumably you've already bought the game if you already understand, but no, like, I don't know, there's just something about hearing that sound when you're the one to make the move. I don't know, it's like using the crowbar in Half-Life. You get that real, like, you really get that feedback. Yeah, it's the whole idea of erosion is the really tricky one, because I can feed one but not the other. Also, I don't think I said hi, Paper Dupless. So, hello. Yeah, the I give up option. Just let the plants grow legs and come to us. Okay. We'll do this. Right, that one doesn't give me the grass where I need it. Well, you know what? Are we so sure? Yes, because the... Alright, so if we do that, we apparently still have enough to be able to bring this one down here. I just don't see how we get the grass moving. I feel like there's something about this back area though, the more I think about it. I'm kind of thinking like that's not just in there arbitrarily. So let's see where this takes us. Okay, so my first goal here is to try and find a way to get the grass growing. See, the thing is, I want to believe that there's something to this, but I just don't see how I get water in a way that allows the grass to grow. Because, like, the more of this that I do... Right, this just gets me stuck. Well, the kids you're looking after just turned up, and even this game will not be chill enough. Sorry to hear that, Rouge Lake Girl. Alright. I feel like I need a coffee or like a sandwich or something like that to fuel my ruminations. Okay, so this one goes down, but because there isn't water, it starves the grass and I don't have any way of moving it forward. This one goes down, it combines the two bodies of water, so even though I get a full pattern across, I'm not able to bring it through. This one wastes water, sends it to the back. Well, okay, so if I do... I want to be careful about this. Yeah, I still think this is just a waste. The pump DLC will be how we can solve that one. The 200 IQ move is to write a machine learning algorithm. I mean, the machine learning thing would not be that hard. I don't think you would actually need machine learning. I just think you would need the right loop to try all the different combinations and, you know, enough time. I'm pretty sure the time it took you to train the model to beat this game, I'm pretty sure you could just iterate over the possible combinations of hexes and you'd be done. Yeah, because like I was saying earlier, right? You think about so like this has kind of been my standard path just because this seems to be the only way to get the grass growing. All the other ones seem to waste too much water, but I'm also thinking that this might be the unhelpful way of thinking about the problem that's keeping me from getting the actual solution. if you had the whole, like, you know, you could evenly divide between the two solution, this seems like it should do it, but you need at least one more step to be able to move the grass down. Like, I'm pretty sure the grass would be fed if you could move it down here. Oh, but then you still wouldn't have the answer. That would basically be the same as doing this. This gets you... It gets you the grass, but it doesn't get you anywhere you need to be on this side. And then... You can run this as long as you want, but you're still stuck. Oh no! Oops. Good enough. This is the real answer. You just want it to be a nice rocky surface. That's just there as a reminder. Okay. Eric, if you're watching, I hope you're drinking a whole lot and laughing at me right now. This is actually about making pretty rock deserts. Is it possible to have zero water? I mean, we did have a level which started off with no water, but then it started raining. So, hey, maybe this is the trick. You actually just need to walk away from the computer and then it starts raining, and that's how the puzzle gets solved. One of the things that's changed actually is I've stopped thinking about these as paths. Okay, so again, we're going to go back to this unhelpful way of thinking. So now we empty out here. Now I do this right, and then I don't even get the grass, so that's the worst way of doing that. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is the only way I can get the grass where I want it. But I also... like, I know what all my moves after that is. Even if I do something outside the box like this, I'm like, well, what's that gonna get me, right? At some point, I still need to feed the, flower on this end. So, I'm gonna say that I'm forbidden from trying this approach for a little while. I want to explore the possibility of an alternative path. Okay, so we need something like this. And I lose this option though. Yeah, the funny thing is there may not actually be any other alternative way of getting the grass there. I'm really limited in any other options. Hello, Warden Killer. How you doing? The real answer is to stop interfering with the course of nature. Yeah, this is actually the God game, though. Erosion doesn't happen by the minute. All right, awesome to hear, and thank you for picking it up. Because obviously the whole reason I'm doing this is hoping that people pick it up. Tell you what, guys, I don't think this is going to help me solve it, but whether or not the plants need water, I do need some water. So I'm going to be back in a moment. I was actually going to stop streaming at this point, but I absolutely refuse to let this really nice man get the better of me. So I'm going to go bang my head against this for a little bit longer. I still need to record a Morrowind episode tonight, so I'm not going to be doing it for too much longer. But I think grabbing some water will at least let me express my feelings in a way that is inconsistent with the music that's playing right now. So we'll see you in a minute. Right, I'm back. Oh, but I did just sit on my headphones, so. Surprisingly, the answer did not come fully formed into my brain while I was getting water. Again, let's go for the obviously bad ones to make sure that there isn't some hidden genius behind an approach. So this one I think we said we didn't like because we lost water over the edge, and we haven't been able to figure out what the point of this this little area here is. I said I was forbidden from using that. Right, so that just gets the water everywhere. To seemingly no bet. Well, so this is an interesting question. If I just throw away that first one, does it actually get me anything different? All right. Yeah, we get even less with that solution. And then I think I had this daft idea. Now I can sympathize with the water in the game. Yes. Trapped, nowhere to go. So again, there's this like pipe dream I have that there's some way that I can somehow direct the water, or sorry, the like the grass through here, but I know there's no possible way that can happen. Like the best I can get is something like that, and then I bring it down, and then we wind up in this horrible situation, which looks very pretty. Don't get me wrong. You know, I think it's a good look, but doesn't bring us any closer to a solution. Falling Sands. I've never heard of Falling Sands. I am sorry to get stuck on this, by the way. I know generally people like watching Twitch to see progress, but the big thing is that as much as I want to say that this is a lost cause, it's the only way I've actually made anything even resembling progress. So like on their own, doing these like it's really hard to see how any of these get me something that I don't already have by this approach. So it really just seems to be finding the clever step that pushes me to that, like just bringing it home and being able to get the grass growing on the lower levels. So let's try a different set of process of elimination. So this one is inappropriate because it doesn't actually get me any grass in the area, right? So I can dump the water down here, but it doesn't bring me closer to it doesn't actually bring the grass on the edge. If I do this, it does actually bring me closer. And the problem I have is that I don't have a way of crossing that gap here. But if you don't get stuck, how can we cheer you for when you hack the puzzle? Yeah, actually, I think if it's Unity, I'm pretty sure that this is made in, so we'll just go in, take a look at the C#, and hidden somewhere it'll say, "Hi, here's how you solve that one puzzle that everybody will be talking about." I think we already said this one here. So again, it seems like it gets you where you need to go, but again, there's no way of feeding the grass. This one is basically like this one. It gets you close. It seems like you're just about to win it, and then you realize you don't have any way of getting the water where it needs to go, and then you look like that. This one's just because life is pain. I'm actually learning that this game is probably not about relaxation, but more so the fact that if it didn't have such a soothing soundtrack, there would be riots. I'm pretty sure I've tried this before and it didn't work, but... Right, it doesn't give me the water I need. Okay. Yeah, too deep to be useful. This just gives me less water to do the same thing that I'm not succeeding at. Maybe it's more like getting over it than we thought. I'm gonna go write an angry review on Steam now. Oh, but we still... Wait a minute, where did that... Huh. So this is going to be my new challenge. Is there a way that I can drain this level without giving that horrible little spot in the back any water? Nope, apparently it always winds up with some water in the back there. I mean, I'd kind of prefer to try and figure it out on my own, Glalev. I don't know. Okay, this is always dangerous territory for me because as soon as I let one suggestion come in, I never can put a stop to it. Let's say in 10 minutes, if I've not made any progress, I will open people to one suggestion each. And I'm probably going to regret it, but thank you for asking, though. It's a lesson that teaches people never to underestimate irrigation and the work that goes into it. Again, I'm assuming that this takes place over every turn is like years, decades. Can you make things go down more than once? So Rouge Lake Girl, the only condition for making... So again, I'm assuming... Somebody said that on the store page, it says that it's erosion. But basically, I'm assuming that this is erosion. So the only time that you can make something move down is when you have water next to it. So I'll bring us back to that pattern that we've had the most success with. So for instance, here I can make this move down. And I can actually make this move down again, because it's got water beside it. The thing I can't do is take something that's at a higher level and make it move down. You basically need to have water running over you, or you need to have running over you that's not sitting still like this. So if you have water running over you from a waterfall, which isn't an option here, you can be eroded. Or if you're sort of on the same plane and there's water beside you, you can move it down. Yeah, no, I absolutely appreciate it, Glalev. I think one of the biggest challenges I run into is that larger streamers do not, like, it's accepted that they don't take quote-unquote advice. And the challenge is that for some reason people think that it's different for smaller streamers. And I think one of the reasons for that, like when I started streaming, I really tried to take in what people were saying. And the worst example I ran into was Crusader Kings 2. A guy commanded me, didn't ask, commanded me to do a certain action. Basically said, well, I don't think it'll work, but this is about learning the game, so let's give it a try. Didn't work. And the guy got mad at me because his idea did not work when I did it inside of the game. So... it's that was basically the moment where I was like, you know what, I really don't like being told how to play games. I don't like the thought that games are only good when they're being beaten. And that was basically the day that I said no backseating again. And I've tried different ways. I definitely did a lot more of like a show, the song and dance. Like I basically did the Christ, throwing the money changers out of the temple level of Fire and Fury. I mean, I can show you some of my DMs where like people who, they thought it was great when it was for other people, but when it was applied to them, then I was hearing all of these like, oh, you've got mental problems, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is that now that more people are like, I'm being given keys to show a game, I don't do that because, of course, the audience is a little bit larger, and one, I'm getting a little tired of doing it. But more importantly, too, like, it's not a really good look if somebody's given you a key to show a game and you're like screaming at some person for telling you how to play a game. So I certainly will be a little sharp about it, but I don't do the like, again, Fire and Fury that I used to do. Yeah, the biggest thing, honestly, is that the biggest pushback I want to give usually on it is just, I don't think it's a helpful idea that games have to, like, the idea that you have to constantly be progressing and that it's a bad thing that you're not moving forward inside of it is a way of looking at these things that I think we'd all be better off if there was less of that, personally. So if I do this, again, this gets dried up and I don't have a way around it, so I'm stuck with my old habits. So I'm gonna go on a different angle on this. Yeah, so I don't think this helps because it's already too deep. This is basically committing to, like, changing the order on that doesn't matter. And if I do this, we still wind up in a situation where it's dried out. Yeah. I mean, this I'm definitely going against the spirit of things by hammering it through so quickly. I'm just trying to see if there was some ordering thing that I was missing out on. So I personally can't see any benefit to this area in the back here, because it's lower than, well, okay, it's at the level where the pawns I need are. So if I were to break this down in terms of a set of problems, like what do I need to do? Well, first thing, I need to get a grass tile down. Theoretically, it could be any one, but, well, okay, again, I don't think this is going to do what I want it to do, but yeah. So if I want to move this guy down, basically a good way of losing one of my pawns. So, like, in one sense, if you do this, you're like, okay, so I've got the end of the puzzle solved, now I just need to figure out a way to get the grass down there, except that the only way you can move the grass is through the water. So, yeah. I don't actually think it's the fact that the water's flooding off the side that's the problem, so I'll give you the example here. So, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that the amount of water that's gone over the side is equal to the amount that we're seeing inside the back here. So it's like, okay, let's pretend that the problem that we have is that there's not enough water inside the two pools. You might very well think that, you know, it's like, I can't fault someone for seeing that, or for, like, thinking that that's the problem. I believe this would actually be enough for there to be grass growing. The problem is that we don't actually have a way of connecting it to the grass. If we do this, we're done. So the trick is to try and figure out some way to accomplish this move, but with enough water left over so that we can actually get kind of the combination between the two. So yeah, I mean, like, there's the two ways of looking at it, where it's like, one, it's like, okay, I've solved the problem now and I need to move the grass. But again, you can't move the grass without water, and it's like, okay, well, I'll solve for grass. But then the problem is like, okay, so how do I deal with the fact that I have one body of water and two destinations for it? So if I do something like that, we don't get the grass. And if I do something like this, you know, this seems so close to a solution, right? But any final action that you might take ensures that that you wind up with nothing. But you can make it look nice. So this is why I kind of want to explore alternative sort of pathways for the grass. And the problem is that they always wind up getting me into this spot in the end here. Which, who knows, like, there could just be some, like, galaxy brain solution involving the end here, which I just haven't seen yet. But it seems to me to be an even worse delivery mechanism for the grass than any of the others. Yeah, I've tried this before. that's not enough to... Oh, I don't think this is gonna fix it, but... Let me just think this through. No, because then I have to lower it down here, but then I've combined the two pools, so... Nailed it. All right, I think I said, so I'm at the 10-minute mark. I'll say, if you've been sitting on a suggestion and you wanted to give it, I kind of wasted my 10 minutes, but that's my fault. So if you had something you wanted to say, I'll be willing to try it. If, like, I completely reserve the right to pull that away, because every time I've done this, it winds up being backseating central for every single level afterwards. So I mean it when I say one suggestion, I'll give it a shot, and anything more, and I will be handing out bans. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, like, definitely it's not... The one thing I've learned is that there's very few times when somebody has a suggestion and it's not something that's apparent. At this point here, I've just been trying all the different combinations, so it's... drink all the water. Well, I've got one in front of me. Alright. So here, I'm not allowed to touch the screen for a little bit. Or the mouse for a little bit. I'm going to see if I can visualize a solution to this. So, and obviously I want to talk my way through it. So we'll start with the top 4 on the... so in the top left corner, we've got a pool and we've got 4 hexes. The leftmost hex isn't an option because it takes the pool and it throws it down the waterfall. We lose the grass. We don't gain anything from that move. So that is strictly dominated. I don't see any solution where we use that. The next tile, the one to the right of it, the argument for using that one is that it drops the water in the sort of the leftmost hollowed out area. So that would basically be how we feed the grass when it lands there. And the drawback is we don't have a good story about how we actually get the grass over there. The only way we could... Actually, I'm going to have to use my mouse for this, so... Yeah, I'm curious about it. I don't think it's just there for... I don't think it's just there for looks, but it's also possible that it's there. So the other thing is that it could also be there to limit your actions, because obviously if you do a move like that, you're now ensuring that a certain amount of your water is irrecoverable. So it could be that it's important, and it could be that it's important in the sense of you don't do that. So I'm going to use them out. It occurred to me that doing the radio option is the worst possible way of working with this. So, arguments for this one. It gets the water here to here. You wind up with a grass tile in this area. And in theory, you can renew the grass. Well, here, I'll show you, right? You move down like this. And then it seems so much like you can renew the grass, right? I think it's it's not even just because of where it's standing, but it's not actually possible to grow grass that way, because whatever water you have goes away. Now again, it may be that there's an assumption that I haven't checked underlying that. But to me, I don't see any way of using this tile to move the grass to where we are. So I'm eliminating these as credible paths where you can get grass to the tiles here. That leaves these two. This is the one I've been using the most commonly, but it's also been the one where I wind up in a situation where I'm stuck. So then we say, okay, what happens with this one? So if we move it down, what have we got? Well, we've lost water here, but that's not necessarily the end of the story. What we need to do now is we need to find a way of revitalizing this grass, and we need to find a way of either getting it to go through this path or through this path. And this is where, in my view, it's an option that you can't take. Because basically any path that you use to revitalize that grass closes off any of the other possibilities. So that says to me that if you actually want to have grass that you can work with, you need to generate this path. But it might be that there's other ways of generating that path other than what we've done before, or done so far. Obviously, you can't do something like that. Actually, now that I think of it, yeah, we're really stuck as far as options are concerned. If I leave it one short, I can try this. But I mean, this just seems to have the same effect. Is there a way to set things up with a lower pool and then flow the grass to the end at what? Sorry. What do you mean by set things up with the lower pool? So like, I think I kind of see what you're saying. So like, can we do something that looks like this? Right. So we're ready for the grass to arrive, and the answer is that the water goes over the edge. And we don't get any grass? So it's like, okay, well, what about this option? Well, this is where we've been before, basically. So this is the other setup. And it's ever so close to a solution. Yeah, so the grass, there's two conditions for grass. Grass stays if it's got water to feed it. So if it's adjacent to a water tile, grass will survive. Grass will grow if it's beside a grass tile and it's beside water. So that's why basically if I do this, I won't have any new grass. But if I do this, all of this grows. So that's basically that's how the grass works. And the dilemma that we basically have. So I mean, this is maybe the other way that I can sort of think about this is. So you can see the dilemma we have, right? I get to pick this one. I get to pick this one. And what I want is both. And again, just a reminder, if you haven't seen it before, this doesn't get us anything. So maybe the way I need to think about the problem here is what's going on with this decision that that keeps me from succeeding. All right, go ahead, Gala. I did say that you'd get one, and apparently I already tried the thing. We need to keep a pool for the source of it. So again, I'm pretty sure this is mandatory. This is the only way I can see the grass path working. Can you get the top little pool of water to help revitalize this one? So this one is at a level here, so if water's only going to be traveling downhill, there isn't a way for me to, like, there's no path for me to make this lower than it already is. Can obviously drag these guys down, but that doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. And if I do this, the water goes the way I don't want it to go. So, and then you have the alternative is, okay, well, what if I like seed the pool? And I'm like, well, that also causes sadness. When you did the middle grass, the issue is that the block had no water by it. After lowering it, can you bring the water from the top? No, let's same problem, right? So, sorry. No, this is the one I wanted. So you do that, and again, you can only erode. And again, more importantly, like you don't even need to test it because you know that this is on the same plane as this one. So unless you can come up with some lateral move, but because everything's higher than it, you know you're going to need to do some kind of erosion. So yeah, well that's essentially the essence of this puzzle, right? Is that you say it's like, okay, I want to, you know, my ideal option is this, but we don't have the grass. So instead I do this to grow the grass. And then I want to have, you know, I want to just knock this thing down. But the drawback is that you've needed to use your water to be able to get to the point where this would work. For the ones where I'm like doing the real, so sometimes I'm just being silly. Like when I do this, you know, I'm not trying to learn anything. But sometimes when I do stuff like this, I'm just trying to say, it's like, okay, how does the water work? Basically, I think the way that the whole spread works is that it's going to go in every single direction. So again, you wind up with your little pools. That's nice. And the challenge is that you need to have the grass to support it. So this is the point where I'm sure I Google in frustration to find the answer to the puzzle, but this came out today, so there's no fix. After you do the initial moves you keep doing, that spreads the grass. Afterwards, going up, then down might work. I have no idea what you're saying, Glalev. It's like if you're talking about this... Nope. Wrong button. I mean, I've already shown you what happens if I go up, right? The only thing that will ever accomplish is losing my water. So now I have something that should be heading for this area. I mean, I can keep doing this, right? But all that really gains me is an extra big yeah, no worries. It's just like it's one of these like it's not. I think the problem here is it's not that I've not tried most of the combinations inside of here, but the one challenge is that the whole idea that this is somehow going to give me access to something that I haven't done before. It's a really hard one to justify as soon as you know that, like, if this part in the back here was on the same plane as these, I can actually see a lot of sense in doing that, because if it's on the same plane as these, then you gain the advantage of sort of erosion. But the problem is it's not. It's like, even if you were to do something like, it's like, okay, well, you've tried it down this side, but you haven't tried it on the left-hand side yet, right? So do it for number 1. That dries out all the grass. So you do it for number 2. This is the slightly more useful one, right? But again, you wind up in the exact same problem you were in before, and you can do essentially the same move with this pool. The thing that's so funny about this one is that when it comes down to it, these are basically the same. These are basically the same choice. And that's kind of where I'm getting really stumped by this one. If you had done the middle to get both... This is absolutely not working for me, Glalev. I have no idea what you're saying. Like, I have all of 3 options when I'm at this level, right? You do the move, but then you don't follow it up. What move? Like, I will admit I'm getting a little frustrated here, because, like, if this is what you're talking about, like, there's no move here that gets me any closer. Like, I can do every possible combination, and it will in fact, I guarantee you it will be the same as if I do it on this side. And every single tile that I can pick here, it doesn't matter if I do it making a big channel or not. I can even tunnel all the way back to the back here. And again, I have less water in this case, right? None of these moves get me any closer. Well, like, if you have something that I haven't done yet, like, I did say you could give one tip, and I feel like you don't think you've been given that opportunity. But the problem I have is that you need to do the move is not an operational instruction, right? Like, I need some kind of a coordinate, and I'm pretty sure I've just shown you all of the possibilities. Okay, I am now going to read to you. I'm going to read from... this is going to be the entire record. Because, like, I mean, this... I think I've been pretty comprehensive in terms of what you've said. So, the issue with this level seems to be water conservation. A lot of necessary moves flood lots of water off the side. The issue is can't get the grass to move. Yeah, the problem is that any move to get grass to one of the pools gets rid of the water that you need to get to the other one too, seems like. Alright, you tried the thought I had already. The last one was exactly what I was wondering would happen with. Is there a way to get things up with the lower pool and then flow the grass to the end at once? So, like, that... I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. So then make a path channel, but I'll admit I'm funny on how the grass moves. So then I take the time to show you how the grass moves. Okay, I have an idea. You need to keep a pool for the source a bit too. Can you get to the top end little pool of water to help revitalize? Again, top end pool? This thing that I need to get rid of to do this? Like, you're saying, you know, I'm not the one saying I need to do the move, but like, you know, Johnny's poking fun here, but these are your words I'm using, right? When you did the middle grass, what middle grass? The issue is that the block had no water by it. After lowering it, can you bring the water from the top end? My thought is, after you spread the grass, open a channel up, then open the middle block in the bottom, then erode from the top all the way down. I have a mental idea and a diagram here. Like, this is not... This is definitely nothing that I can do. I'm pretty sure I have an idea of what you're saying. I mean, if you want to give me a link, that's fine. But if what you're saying is to do this... Ooh. If you're saying do this, and that I'm never following up, what's the follow-up here? Right? There's no block for me to take away. Every single block. I've shown you this, by the way. These are... I have exhausted every possibility with using that in the back. But if you think there's something... Oh my god! Are you happy now? Like, is this is what you were telling me to do? Because I know for a fact that I have shown you that move multiple times. And I also specifically addressed that one by saying, by moving the water up here, you actually have less water than the alternative, which is when you do this, right? There's more water in both of these areas when you do that. The thing is that that was not going to change the fact that there's no water to feed either one of these areas. Now do the follow. Bring the water. What are you talking about? I did exactly what your graph showed. Oh, I think I see. Okay, no, actually, I think you might have this right here. Yep, that was the solution. Okay. I'm sorry, but holy smokes, like that was not the graph you showed me. Okay, so yes, I will grant to you, Glalev, I will grant to you that you did have the right one in here, and I hope we have all learned a lesson about why I don't do backseating, because that is, I have absolutely no joy whatsoever in that win, okay? Like, this was spoiled for me. I am frustrated. I've taken what was a really nice game. I did everything I possibly could to understand your instructions, and you showed me a picture and it did not have this thing in here. So, everyone present, from now on, there will never ever be another moment where I take people's backseating. I don't care if I'm being an idiot about this. I regret opening up the floor to this. Anyways, moving right along. Uh-oh. Even the game is pissed off. I'm not ending on that. I'm an hour longer than I needed to be, but and yes, this game is really good, Hochi. I'm pretty sure. I just want to make sure that we got this before. Oh, this might be the last one. All right. Again, no tips, no suggestions. I will rise or fall on my own merits here. Oh, you can kind of tell it's at the end because you can see the trees. Okay. So again, this seems deceptively simple. I feel like it should just be... All right. Wait, that should have a... that backseating, or maybe it's backseating. Anyways. All right, well, that makes me feel good. They're really pretty too. No, I'm feeling okay. And again, well, I'm sorry if you're feeling hard done by on that, but like, let's just enjoy this. Wait, is that you, Eric? I appreciate your comment. So I was actually not angry at the level. I was angry at the fact I was not playing the level. I'm pretty sure Glalev might be gone, in which case I feel bad about that. But I mean, the fault is mine, right? I should not have said, you know, I should have said it's like there's the one shot and we blew it and I want to go back to this on my own. If I'd failed on my own, that would have been for me. But no, the level itself was fair, and I got stuck down my paths. But it was it is what it is, right? Obviously, I don't like being backseated, and the fault was mine for opening up the door to it. So Glalev, if you're still around, I'm sorry about that, but It is what it is. I loved that ending though, and I don't know. I might have just scared away Hochi 1980. I have a small feeling might be who I think it is. I don't know, Eric. If you are in the chat, I'd love a chance to say, um, I'd love a chance to show you the game. Same soundtrack is great too. I loved the soundtrack. I loved the start of the soundtrack. That ending song was wonderful, and it ended on the exact right note. Like, I was wondering a little bit about the credits, because like I wanted to do the proper shout out. I didn't think we'd be getting to the end of it, but let me just take a second here and do. Take a second and put the item up. But yeah, I mean, this is a great game. Like I was really enthusiastic by the little early. Now do a speed run. No, do it again but backwards. You know, I was really excited by the demo or the you know the early version that I saw. Again, the designer. Let me see one at the let me see like a couple of levels at the Dirty Rectangles meetup, which I'm hoping I will be doing you know, this week. And, you know, I mentioned that I was, you know, a streamer. I'd love to cover it if it was available. That was one of the reasons why I went out to Dirty Rectangles. And when I retweeted the you know, on sale now tweet, he gave a quick reply and said, hey, do you want a key? So again, very special thank to Eric. Hochi 1980, are you involved with the development of this game or anything like that? Or are you just a fan of the game and you came in after your own run? Because you seem to know a bit. Again, I'd really like to encourage you guys to pick this up. You've seen the end, but just a fan. Okay, cool. Here's a clever idea. I let you hear the music on its own, and then I'll talk over the lovely music the next time. Yeah, I mean, this is another one of these cases where, oh yeah, I have to click to get the music going up. I'll maybe let the music take me out. But again, it's one of these ones where a neat thing over the past couple of years has been to get a better understanding of what is involved in terms of making games and getting to see the people who do make them. And obviously to see it as more than just one of these things where it's a product that comes out of somewhere. I mean, I worked in movies, so the sort of the mystique is maybe not there for certain television shows or movies or things along those lines. But there's definitely something about independent games, and particularly the fact that they're not, I would actually not necessarily they're just normal people. What my experience has been is that they have been uncommonly kind and very conscientious people working in an environment that is not necessarily very warm to financial success. I know, like, when you and I see an indie, it's usually because it has been a successful game, and it is like we get to see the ones that manage to get our attention. And I would encourage you to go and take a look at the new releases tab on Steam sometime and just see how many things you don't hear of, and how many of them are coming out per hour, if not per day. There's a couple of, I mean, there's a few cases that I can make, right? The reason you should buy this game is because it is a fun game. You will get, you know, a few hours of entertainment out of it. It's something that you can share with people. If you have somebody who's not like you know, they're not always going to be playing Battlefield or Need for Speed, that they're looking for something either mobile or mobile-like, This is a great choice for it. And that's the main reason, right? The main reason to buy this game is because it's a good game. More importantly, it's a good game at a price that I think is probably below what I would have been willing to pay for it. Again, it's $8 Canadian, and somebody told me $6.99 in terms of a US price. So the other thing I want to say is so for my case, right? Let's say that I was like, I'm not going to buy this game until it's 50% off. I wait for a year and then it comes out. How much have I saved? $4. I've denied myself the experience of Spring Falls for a year so that I can save a total of $4. Probably the amount of interest that I might get for having some kind of a savings. The difference, of course, when you take that attitude and you apply that to gamers overall, that can mean the difference between financial success or not for a given developer. So it's definitely not the you owe these people a livelihood. If you're not interested in the game, I certainly can't make you buy it. It is ultimately up to these people to make a product that you find appealing. But if this did, speak to you, this is made by people that I actually get to see in real life. And this is true for a lot of games. I obviously haven't seen a lot of the people who I've covered inside of that, but there's a reason why I do games like this. And that is to say, it's it's hard to get an audience. It's hard to find things. This is a game that I was really excited to share on stream when the time came. And so the fact that I got the key today meant that obviously I was going to play it. And I don't know. I hope that a few of you will come away from this with a game that you enjoy as much as I did, excepting level 59. Level 59 will live a level that will live in infamy. And again, it's not to give the sob story or the guilt into playing, to buying the game or anything like that. If the game speaks to you, but you're not ready to pick it up right now, I encourage you to wishlist it. And of course, there's lots of different ways to support games like this. You can retweet it again at Sparse Game Dev is the developer. Yeah, I should be a little more careful in terms of saying stuff like that. Rouge Light Girl. Obviously, everybody has different circumstances, but in my own, I suppose, speaking for my own case, the price difference in terms of this game for me is the sort of thing that might be, a day's expense for something frivolous. But again, a few ways that you can support the game if you're not picking it up. Wishlisting it if it's something you think you might enjoy. Talking about it with people if you think there's somebody who might enjoy it. Gifting it is one. And then also, if you can, I'd love it if you would follow and retweet the developer. So again, that's at SPARSEGAMEDEV. And I will leave you with the credits one last time so you can see all the people who put hard work into it. All right. So I just played the last level, Miles 4K. So I am done for tonight. I'm actually an hour later than I thought I was going to be. Something special coming up tomorrow, but I'm not going to tell you what. I also have, oh god, an Elder Scrolls episode to record that I have no idea if I'm actually going to have the time for or not. Oh, thank you, Miles 4K. Again, I'm feeling bad about level 59, but it's, again, the fault was mine for opening up backseating, and I should have just said, it's like, you know what, you get one shot and it doesn't, but... let's focus on the goodness. Again, I'd love it to know what you guys think of Spring Falls if you play it. So tweet at me, tweet at the developer, tweet at anybody. But I'm done for tonight. I'm an hour later than I thought I was going to be. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Ponce, who is currently playing Legends of Runeterra. That's the League of Legends card game. Ponce is a lot calmer than I am, and generally good at games. He does a lot of From Software ones as well, usually when they first come out. But again, nice guy, somebody who's been very supportive of me. And again, very special thank you to Eric Billingsley, the developer of the game, for giving me a key. I tremendously enjoyed it, and I can't wait to run through it on mobile again. Have a good evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.